stop this thing.
Hello there. All right, let's get some music on. Okay, now I was going to start on Temmin now, but I've just had a quick look at where Crimson is in Fleet, and I'm thinking we could do doing a bit of work there. So I'm just switching accounts. It's also just giving me a reason to check something else just while we're here. For some reason, this overlay, I think it's on this side anyway. I'm hoping I'm pointing the right way. There should be two. And for some reason, only one of them is showing. So I'm just like, see if we can sort that out. It's like it needs a little nudge to do it. There we go. Save it as that, and then save it as that. Hopefully, it doesn't need doing anymore. There we go. I don't know why it's like that, but say la vie. Okay, so just cache that. Yeah, we're 19th here, so it's not ideal. Let's put it like that. I'm going to go for a light. I don't know what I'm going to do there because I don't really want to just hang around here until I've climbed a bit. All right, we'll pop that there, I guess. All right, we can nuke there. Oh, hang on, that was a waste. Ah, well. Okay. Oh. Just need a stretch sometimes, don't you? Alright, I want to have a little play around with something. Just while I've got a minute, I might as well. I'm curious if my streaming software is smart enough to recognize that this is a full screen game. I'm guessing not. Is that person still causing issues? Nothing of note. I mean, they're still around. I'm keeping an eye on them, but we've been avoiding each other, so that's something at least. I'd rather that than just be constantly, you know, trying to avoid them and having to duke it out. Okay, that kind of did it, but it didn't as well. Like, that isn't part of the window. Why are you capturing that? I don't know. I've essentially got this little button here, and I realise having just moved it, I've defeated the point of actually having it. The whole idea of this little button is when I want to do a battle on here, I can try and create bookmarks on my stream. And this is like a little prompt to sort of record what time it was. So my hope is if I put it right by the battle button, then just before I hit battle, I can hit that and record when I go into battle. That's the logic. But I've also got to make sure it doesn't like overlap with attacks and anything. I was trying to work out which character's got the longest string of buttons. I thought it was Grandmaster Yoda, but I'm wondering if it was Jabba or something, or even JML. Also, it would be amusing here if new Lord Vader can't beat old Lord Vader. Hey up, Lady Geek, how you doing? We're doing alright here. Go and say, just killing time, to be honest. And say, stall harder, that's what they say, isn't it? Just doing our best to wait out my flick climb here. And say, how are you doing yourself? Ooh. Oh, Ghetto. Have that. I mean, I recognise my relics aren't the highest on the clones, but I feel like this would still be disappointing if the old team could beat the new team. I don't know if anyone's actually tried it. Certainly not looking hot for me right now. Yeah, go on, over there. Maybe you need R9 clones and just feel safer. No, not a skill check issue for sure. You know, even when, like, this was the common team or a variant of it, I never used to see Lord Vader mirrors. Like, no one ever thought, oh yeah, I'll send my Lord Vader to take out their Lord Vader. Because Vader even came in just at the death of Squad Arena, didn't he? So it was like, even then there wasn't like a, oh yeah, I'll use Lord Vader, because people just use JMK. So it's quite literally a match that no one's ever thought to do. I mean, surely someone's thought to do it in like TW or something. Like you've run out of teams and it's like, oh, start it. I've got Lord Vader, he's useless. I'm going to throw him against himself, you know. I like looking at the names just to see if I recognise anyone. I feel like there's a bunch of people who've dropped off since Squad Arena finished. Okay, good to know. I was looking because on this account, I've got the Bad Batch all to Gear 12 now, which is obviously not where they're going, but I'm pausing them now because the priority is getting the Master Mace stuff done. I've obviously got the clones here at Rally 5. They're ready for his unlock. Gorch, I'm waiting on shards. That's just taking forever. 39 out of 100. Temple Guard's nearly there. 90 out of 100. Deppa's not farmable, so fair enough. It's really going to be a tight squeeze getting Deppa done on both accounts. I mean, I'm just hoping they put her on a kind node. I don't know what that is, but I hope it's kind. I mean, I think I had Temple Guard done on my main like a couple of days after he was released. Yeah, I'm wondering if Deppa would be ideal to be on Cantina. I like the logic being people have farmed up the relic materials for her, so it's just let the shards be farmed quicker, you know. Have they actually done the Cantina for this lot, though? Was disguised Clone Trooper one? If so, I don't see him doing 2 Cantina nodes. We've had a fleet in with Temple Guard. Yeah, it's a bit tricky that. I don't think that there's a reason they wouldn't do another hard node. Hey up drafts? Yeah, Stoke one. I did post on my Discord. I put a picture of us when we were leading. First minute. Here we go. It's a very rare sight to see. Well, even rarer is the fact we're top of the table right now. So I will take that. Especially considering we're playing Southampton next. Hey, nice one. I'm gonna say Narrabana wins are always nice. You know what I mean? You just sneak in there and get it. Very nice. I think it's too early to see where Southampton are. I'm not saying anything in regards to ourselves because we've been in Championship for, what is it, 8 years now? Coming on 8. They've been bouncing, so logic says they are better than us. But they might have a slow start to the season, so you never know. We might get something, but I've been saying to my mum over the weekend, I feel like if Stoke can just put in a good show there, even if we don't get a good result as such, but if we put in a good performance and show we're not actually rolling over for teams, I'll be happy with that. Like I watched the Man United game last night. It was yesterday afternoon, pretty much. And even though they lost, I was watching it and thinking, all right, they look better than they did last season. You know, they still didn't look like a team that were going to do much of anything, but they still looked better than they did. You know, and that's kind of where my head is with Stoke in the sense of, you know, last season we were on relegation form for pretty much most of the season. So as long as we're not in that kind of form, I'm taking it. Pretty much. Pretty much. I mean, anything more than a loss is big. I mean, I can't remember the last time Stoke won 3 games at the start of season. I mean, apparently the last time we won 2 at the start of season, we went up. So that's probably a sign. Am I playing on PS? You mean PlayStation? I have got a PlayStation, yeah. Considering you go into a season with hopes, you know, a 1-0 loss at home is certainly not the way you want to start, I'll agree. I think that their mentality is probably similar to the Stoke fans right now in terms of they're not expecting to go and win the league. They probably hope it more than the Stoke fan would hope to win the championship. But, you know, they probably know that City, Liverpool, they're all miles ahead of them. So I think this was like the little gauge wanted to sort of see where their season is. And I think it's pretty much what people expect. You know, they'll do better, but they won't do as well as they probably want to. Oh, you're talking about the symbols? It's, if anyone follows or subscribes, it pops out of them. Yeah, they've certainly dropped off since then. I mean, I feel like between England and Man United, they are the 2 impossible jobs in English football. I mean, Sir Alex Ferguson created such a legacy, if you like, or added such a dynasty there that anyone that followed had to be on it straight away. And yeah, they were just nowhere near. But, you know, Moyes, Van Gaal, Mourinho, all miles out. I mean, I'm saying them. I'm not even going to blame the coaches. You know, I think the actual oversight of the team has been terrible. You know, recruitment has been horrendous. I say it, and again, I think Stoke. Smaller budget, but similar problems. I imagine Wales have been an interesting one. I don't know what to make of them right now, to be honest. There was a point when they were being coached by Gary Speed, I think it was. They looked... Okay, Gary Speed was in charge, and he passed away, and that was all tragic and sad. The reason it came to my mind is because afterwards, Chris Coleman, who I meant to say took over, they did all right for a bit with him. But ever since then, it feels like they've gone down as a nation. They've managed to still slip into a tournament here and there, but I don't know. I don't feel like Wales are anywhere near where they were back then. It's a shame. I'm not one of these people who sort of gets all uppity about one of their home nations doing worse than England. You know, ideal world for me is all of the home nations are at a tournament and we can end up going against one another. You know, like with England-Scotland, it was a bit of an interesting match for us at Euros 2 ago, I think. But yeah, I'm not against any of that, even if the supporters of those nations seem to take it a bit more aggressively. Keane was Irish. But yeah, Bale's the big one. You know, when I think of Bale, I think of Wales and golf. That's kind of the thing, isn't it? And yeah, he was a massive loss for him. That wasn't a full ult, was it? I didn't mean to click the ult button. Hey, Lord Vader's mini ult is terrible. Why'd he put that in his kit? I don't know. You don't get the bonus turn, you don't get the lock dots or days. Yeah, pretty bad. Is it lock dots? No, it's locked ability block, isn't it? Not sure what this is about, drafts. Did I remod Lord Vader for protection? We've had a follow from Dieta1988. Thank you for the follow. So have I remodded Lord Vader for protection? I don't think I did anything too particular for him. Let me have a check. Yeah, he's got protection primary on the arrow. Okay, that's a bit of a dud, but speed, yeah. Yeah, he's got a chunk. I wouldn't say, I suppose he could do better. The Padme team, for what it's worth, like the OG Padme team, it was Padme, Ahsoka, Anakin, General Kenobi, and the fifth spot was always flex. You could have C-3PO, R2, Yoda, whoever you could get in there. The full ult prevents another ult for 6 turns-ish, 5 turns because the bonus turn really, but half of the ult in some battles can be more or less spammed. At some point I'd like to do the Master Chief's worth doing the half ult ever. Yeah, that's kind of where my head is. It just never seems worth it, but if you ever do the math and find out it situationally has a purpose, do let me know because I've been interested. I'll be frank, I am not remodding just for that. I get it, max health and offense, but I will just take a cheap loss over remodding specifically for 3v3 like that. I mean, fair enough. I do see a Lord Vader on defense that's got a load of health. I'll think, right, this guy means business, but yeah, I'm not going out all that way out for it. Yeah, Shaq could work. Any Galactic Republic can work in that 5th spot. I mean, people are using Clone Wars Chewbacca and Jedi Knight Temple Guard or whatever the name was. Jedi Knight Guardian, that was it. Yeah, like I say, Shaq's efficient, but like I say, you could build her to whatever. R7's what she's needed for Jedi Master Kenobi. But for a Padme team, just take her as far as you want, essentially. Let's do that, I guess. I don't know why I haven't full autoed already. Well, I haven't said, but both of my opponents today have attacked. So that is something. We are going to get a final score. Well, potentially a final score. I think Crimson's has attacked but not done much. I think it might be that they've hit Slacker and not cleared it. So it could be a final score. It could be I've had a go, I'm coming back to have another go later. It depends how many goes they've had. So yeah, it's something. Yeah, can I have a look in the set? You know, I was doing this on my phone the other day. I was watching the football, and yeah, I was bemused because I just got Scimitar out, put it on full auto. I'm watching like the scores come in. And then next thing I know, I look at my phone screen. It says defeated. And I'm like, how the hell have I lost a mirror after Scimitar's come in? So I did the battle again after, did the same thing, and I won. And I'm like, what the hell happened on full auto that I lost? Just a word of warning to people out there, you can actually lose the battle, it seems. It might be a 1 in a million instance, but maybe something can happen. Okay. Victory. All right, we're still 11th there. $1,077 days since I last picked up my... Well, I say since I last picked up my baby account. It's a bit longer than that, but yeah, very long time. Ooh, 71 days for Pen. $265 days for Kit. What? A star set packed in. I'm going to be gutted if he's packed it in. Maybe he's just changing guild, but either way, with the time there, that has me concerned. Either that or he's busy at work and he didn't want to drag his guild down in TB. Either way, concerned. Oh, hang on, I've just seen your name. Hang on. All right, you got your Padmate R5. Yeah, that's a workable Padmate team. I'm going to say it'll do what you need it to do. Can't help but look and think. I mean, drafts is 6 mil now. A strange thing with the game in terms of... Because there are that many characters in the game, you can't help but wonder about bloat. You know, it's like... I'm not being funny to drafts here, right? But when I look at the account, I can't help but think to myself that a few years ago, if I'd have seen like this, I'd have assumed this person was maybe 3 mil. You know, and it's not for a lack of effort on draft side. It's the fact that there are that many characters that come in that it feels almost like you get that many things unlocked to a certain level that it sort of artificially bumps your GP up. You know what I mean? It's like... I think the best way I can phrase this, if we sort by Relic Amplifier level, here we go. That's what, 8 aligned, so 20... No, 32 characters are Relic. I mean, by my reckoning, 32 characters at Relic at 6 mil is low. You know, again, I'm not saying Drafts doesn't put the effort in for it, but it's that thing of... It's where I feel like GP has become very misleading. Very odd. I think you're Ada. Assuming it's this account, anyway. Here we go. Oh no, that's well, it says Snappy Phoenix, but it's also Aranya. Also lines up. I didn't think I'd seen him online for a bit. Yeah, I don't think I've got you on here. Unless I flew past your name. Oh, we passed 3 o'clock. Cool. You know, I'll be glad when all this lot's sort of running. I feel like we've got... It's like with Conquest here. I can't do anything with it now. I've got my red crate. I can't spend any more energy on it because I'm hoarding for the next Conquest. So it's like I sort of just want all that to be out of the way now. Can't even get any more of these either. My Datacron count is just horrendous here. I can maybe do something with these just to get some level 3s, but that's about it. I'm guessing I didn't have you on this account, Ada. I'm guessing. I don't tend to delete people. Yeah, no worries. I've got you, which is the main thing. Now, that can sound corny. All right, they were absolutely diabolical rolls. Go on, that'll do. All right, that'll do. We want that one. And again, we'll take that one. I still feel like my options are limited because I've only got, what, 7 plus 2, so 9 in total, but what can I do? I don't get any more. All right, last battle here. And I can actually full auto here. Yeah, Padme should be able to do a fair bit in Proving Grounds. I don't know if she does struggle on any of them. Like I say, I haven't actually done Proving Grounds myself, but from what I hear, she's generally good at it. I say that about Proving Grounds. I've got to do one for today for Ezra. That's on this account. But that's probably the first one I've had to do in a while. I was saying it the other day about Lightspeed tokens. I feel like they could do with putting them into an accessible place for everyone, even if they don't put the good ones in easy to access places. Sorry, easy to access places, yeah. So like, Kyber's the best one, isn't it? So let's say they leave Kyber as a paid for exclusive one slash a very high end reward for something. I think that's fine. I wish it wasn't, but I can accept that. But I think when it comes down to the others, like Erodium, Chromium, Bronzium, I'd like it if they could put them into game modes, especially that smaller players access. Like I was saying it the other day, put it into Conquest, put the lower tier ones in easy and normal Conquest, make it so that you're getting them throughout the track, so you're getting loads of access to these characters. And then maybe with hard Conquest, put some of the Erodium ones in. Just add 1 or 2 on the track so that you've got a chance of getting characters that you've maybe missed out on. I feel like it would be the way to do it. Just make sure that players who have missed these characters have got a chance to get them free to play. You know, to me, that just makes a load of sense. You know, I recognise that they want to make a profit off them as well. They don't want to just give them away, but how I see it, if you say with Conquest, for instance, say people are told, right, if you do Conquest, you can get characters that you haven't got. Not just Conquest characters, but legacy characters or whatever. It's another reason to do Conquest, and then people will put the time and effort into farming their energy and whatnot. Whereas right now, it almost feels like once you get to hard Conquest, people say, all right, get box 1, and then if you don't feel you can do the rest, you can leave it. Obviously, the bigger your roster gets, the less that's said, but initially that's the reaction. I mean, it's like I was saying, Drafts. At 6 mil, it feels like your account's still smaller than it looks, if that makes sense. Like, I did take a look, and I'm thinking, right, you've got quite a few characters and factions worked on. But because there's a lack of relics, it almost feels like artificial, because Gear 12s and Gear 11s don't have that same oomph as relics. It's so weird to see it. I don't know if you've taken advantage of the new system where you can get characters to Gear 12 and higher before 7-star. I don't know if that's what I didn't see exactly. But it's very peculiar, just that idea of you could be 6 mil and there's just still things that look very small and unpolished. Bloody hell. Sorry, I know this guy. He was in our guild. And he's blagged his way into the same guild as these. Wow. I say blagged because that was his attitude to it. Well, if I remember right, anyway, it was. I might be confusing him with someone else. Yeah, I don't know what I did with Ada. I am surprised. I must have been on a bit of a deleting spree at one point and just looked at the times. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's where I'm just not seeing that then. You know what I mean? 2 weeks is a very short time in this game. I mean, I'm looking at myself here. I recorded a video about a month ago that I haven't published because I forgot. Here we go. Look at my videos. We're going back a way at this point. Here we go. Farming update. 1 year ago, August 2024. Normally, I'm doing these 6 monthly, but like I say, I forgot at 6 months, so it ran over. And if I look at what was going on there versus now, it's very different. I feel that's kind of the concept you need to have with progress, in the sense of, you know, 2 weeks is a very short time in this game, whereas you can sort of get a better gauge of what's happened within that space of time. Or 6 months to a year, it feels very noticeable at that point, because you've had bigger unlocks, you've had characters go from one level to another, if you like. The one that I remember talking about in that video, I think, was Cere. You know, I'd said I've never had time to work on him, it's something I need to do. I didn't necessarily do that. I ended up getting a Lightspeed bundle for him, but it did get me the trio. So it's that thing of sometimes you just need to look, take a step back, don't you, and sort of wait for a chance for things to improve. Okay. Let's have a look at where this Rey Skywalker is. Oh, hang on. I've just realised my screen wasn't on for half of that. My bad. Rey's 3. Okay. Yeah, I was on YouTube. That's what I was just doing. If you look on my channel, I did a video last August, just showing what was going on my account from last August to January, I think, or whenever it might be. So you kind of get a gauge for how much my account had changed in that time period. And like I say, I was planning to do another one last month and I forgot to upload it. So I'm going to have to re-record it for this month. You know, and I've had a load of changes in that year. It doesn't help when new characters come in though, because it really throws you off. In my head, I want to work on Ahsoka. But I know that Ahsoka is not the move right now. It's really irritating. On my free-to-play, I know I need to go for Leia. But I can't help but say to myself, do I go for Leia or do I go for Hondo? I just say it again, new characters throw me out. That mad scientist below there. Yeah, he is, exactly. That's kind of where my head is going, because with my main account, it makes complete sense. Ahsoka's got nothing going for her, so it's worthwhile going for Hondo for that reason. But Leia does have something. You know, she does have the Endor escalation tier, so even though it's small and it doesn't really have as much oomph as Smuggler's Run 2 did for Jabba, we don't know if Smuggler's Run 3 is actually going to be good. We're speculating it might be because the Smuggler's Run 2 was good, but it could be meh. So it is where I'm just edging my bets a little bit right now in terms of, do we push one way or another? Those who get Hondo day one will be able to tell, as I imagine. I mean, I feel like I'm keeping up with my farms here, all right. I mean, I didn't think I brought this up on stream at the time, but I will just mention it now. I've got every character that isn't a legacy character. Well, I'll say every legacy character is now gear 12 minimum. That for me was a big flex, because it's like the only ones that aren't gear 12 now are these. So it's like, that to me is pretty cool. You know, I've got a pretty firm grasp on everything. By the way, this is all before they changed the gear levels. You know, they're all 7 stars as well. So again, that's brilliant for me, because it's like Padawan, Sabine, we've got Hu Yang somewhere chilling around here. There he is. It's nice to see that, you know, when I do want to work on Ahsoka, it's not the biggest jump up for them. But yeah, it makes working on these a good project, if you like, because even if I said, right, maybe Hondo isn't worth it, I could go loop back to Ahsoka, and you know what I mean? They aren't a million miles away, and I can still work on these shards. It's like an okay prospect if it was worth doing. Yeah, it's a decent amount of gear 12, to be fair. I mean, if I sort by power, just flip it up. It's quite literally the new characters that are at the bottom. And Dapper. Yeah, I think that's the fair assessment. You know, if it's worth pivoting to Hondo, it's worth doing it. Yeah, I take it you haven't heard the news, Ada. You haven't seen Scorch here, have you? Yeah, they did an update 2 weeks ago, I think. And essentially you can now take characters up to Relic 4 at 6-star. I think it's Relic 3 at 5-star and Relic 2 or 1 at... I don't know, they've got some arbitrary numbers, but essentially relics are now accessible before 7 stars. Gorge is here. I was pointing my mouse at him. I'm gonna get a bigger mouse, I think. Like a literal mouse cursor. But yeah, we now got a little thing here saying Relic 7, it requires 7-star to upgrade to the Relic Amplifier. Which is, it was a funny thing to see when it happened. So in theory, it is easier to relic things now because you can actually start relicing straight away. But the issue remains counter attack. Yeah, well, at least for me it is. You know, for people who are in end game guilds, in stronger guilds with great respect to my own, if you're doing Mandalore, if you're doing Zepho, you're getting a load more counter attack than I am. So it's probably not as bad for you guys. Whereas me, I'm still on the short end of it. But it's still pretty nice. I mean, it's like Temple Guard here. I'm able to start working on him as well. Oh, sorry about this. Temple Guard was an anomaly. We somehow got 66 free shards of him. So he really should still be 6 stars, but I got lucky and he's maxed out now. But yeah, I could actually do the same as what I did to Dapper to these as well, which is pretty cool. If I had the gear. Yeah, it is pretty cool. I mean, I stand by it. I got all these legacy characters up to the 7-star before they made the change. But it's been nice just having that little thing done, you know. Nice just knowing that they're in a good position. If ever they say, right, you need Jedi Knight Guardian, you need Magma Trooper, you need Hoth Rebel Soldier at Rally 9, I'm like, oh. But at least I know that they're at least gear 12, so I've only got to invest those gear pieces. CG, please don't ever do that. Please. I will take some new character like Temple Guard to R9 any day of the week over that. And I'm sure you're going to have a platoon for him. But I'm nowhere near Relic 9 platoon, so I'm not worrying about that. The irony is, I know that Temple Guard on, well, not Temple Guard, Jedi Knight Guardian. I know that she is pretty good at R9 as a tank, stats wise. but it's Jedi Knight Guardian. I can't help but think that how we got the cut bundle this past year, she's kind of in that bracket, isn't she, where if they decided, screw it, we're going to see if we can bait people into spending a $5 on it, they'd do it, wouldn't they? You thinking it might struggle against Bad Batch? What's made you think that? Evasion up. I'm not really seeing that as a problem. I mean, evasion up can be annoying, but it's not like foresight. It's like an increased chance to dodge rather than a guaranteed dodge. I mean, it is baked into the kit, but I still wouldn't consider it like a big thing. You know, I think if they want to hit them, they'll hit them. Yeah, they get foresight. I don't know. I'm not really seeing that myself. Maybe there's a counter there that I'm just underestimating, but I'm just thinking... I don't know. I think you might be cooking a bit too close to the heat there. I'd have to look through all the kits, to be fair, but yeah, I've just not seen anything that screams Bad Batch so far. I think the fact that Kix has got a revive doesn't help, actually. You know, you could kill them once and they come back. That was actually a little bit annoying the other day when we faced pirates. I was like, oh, damn, what are we going to do with that? Assuming SM33 goes with those. I mean, in the end, you could end up with Hondo rather than Maz Kanata. I mean, it's hard to work out, but I would assume the lifter goes with the GL and the actual the conquest leader just gets her own team. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but you would assume it goes that way. I mean, am I wrong in thinking that Nest could dispel it all? Assuming she can get cleansed by Kick, then she can just dispel all the foresight or evasion up or whatever. I've said to myself, I want to try and create like a little spreadsheet or table or something where I put in what every character's got. Oh, you know, if it's all pirates, for instance, I sort of go through the kit and say, right, the special's got this ability, the basic's got this. You know, if it's got tenacity up, I write that down. I'd just like to sort of have a record of what every character's got at hand, rather than them to scroll through Squad or GG to work it out. If we're assuming the best pirate team, you mean the Hondo one, I would be surprised. I mean, I would assume the Hondo team is obviously Hondo, Brutus Kane is his name, or Vane. Silvo and Smee. That's what I'd assume the top pirate team is. So then it's Kanata, Athano, Quigold, Kix, and whoever. But it could be OG Hondo. You know, OG Hondo could do that, but considering Hondo is actually pretty decent with mercenaries, then it could be that Nest gets folded in. I mean, let me just have a look. Deal any foresight and tenacity up from all enemies. Grant them to all pirate allies and reset the duration. So, opening turn, Bad Batch would daze. So, after that, usually tech goes. On defense, he'd do first special. On offense, you probably use the second. That could be more annoying for these. But let's assume it's defense just for working this out in my head. Then Hunter usually goes at some point and does his first special, which grants stealth. So that's where I think that could be an issue, because potentially you could get them there maybe. Is there tenacity up in that as well? I can't remember. Let me have a look at Hunter. Evasion up and stealth. Gain defense up. Oh, that's a neat little clause I haven't remembered. And that's pretty neat as well. I feel like Kix has got more to him than like I've remembered. I mean, tenacity up could be something. Again, Echo could dispel, but whenever a pirate ally is inflicted with heal immunity or shock, Kix dispels or debuffs on himself, gains speed up for 1 turn and 20% turn meter, and he assists himself the next time he uses special ability, so he will probably be able to cleanse the initial salvo. But it's only a cleanse, it's not a mass cleanse. They gain evasional. Well, if they're below 100% health, they gain evasional. Interesting. I feel like Kix could be the key part of stopping something like Bad Batch, but again, without seeing it in action, I couldn't say for sure. I mean, like if I saw Pirates today and I was winning, I'd give it a go just to see. Saying that, it's a 3v3. Bad Batch suck in 3v3. I mean, I managed to use new Bad Batch in 3s last week, and I say last week, at the start of the round, at the start of the week. And yeah, it was not very comfortable. This music kind of fits my feeling right now. I just feel like I'm stalling so close to the sun. I'll join that little line. Got my platoons. Ugnaught, Freya, Armorer. Other accounts got Beskar Armor, Chupio, Chewie, On. Home 1. You know, I know it's all fun and games, but I genuinely get irritated if the bot doesn't ask for my Ugnaught. You know, I take that little thing up to R5, I want to deploy it. I don't want it sitting on my bench. Oops. Yeah, I tend to. I tend to always deploy it, but it's one of those where I'm like, one of you lot farmed up a Ugnaught and you're competing with me. One little thing about TB as well that has just occurred to me. Today, I think, is the first time I'll be able to do the entire Phase 1. If I go to Road Sector 1... Yeah, I'm pretty sure for the first time in forever, I'm actually able to do Corellia because I've got a Relic 5 Young Han thanks to the Lightspeed token. Let me just have a little look at WookieBot. I find WookieBot is out of date for the most part, but it tends to have okay ideas for the when I look at it. Sector 1. Include Ugnaught, because of course it's going to tell me to use it. What else was there? Ugnaught, Treyer, and Armorer. So, Lord Vader, of course. Blacker C. Raver. Yeah, I've never done it in that order. Saying Aphra, obviously pop star killer there. Oh, so Cere can do that one. Oh, with Rey, okay. I was going to say, that's a bit different. So I figure we do Vandal, L3, Resistance. Let's just confirm that for a minute. Swap that out. Actually, saying that, is there a better option for like a full auto? Let's have a look at that. I feel like EP Mara you'd need to manually play. Oh, that is full auto, right. Right, that's cool. Alright, so that's my 2. And that means I can throw Rey in there. Cool. Find Great Mothers can do that alright. I don't feel like I need to change plans there. Mon Mothma doesn't auto that. Is there anything that actually is reliable at it? I could give that a go, I guess. How Qui-Gon, Echo, and Tack. But saying that, I think I'm having to use... Yeah, I have to use these two. Yeah, because that takes away... That takes away the Jedi from Queen. That's full auto for sure. That's full auto for sure. But yeah. Talzin? Hang on, I'm not looking at mixed combat, sorry. I'm looking at this combat. You see, I don't want to spare Kyle on me because I feel like that makes the Jedi one weaker. I haven't got Boss Nass army. Well, not Boss Nass, Tarple's army. I wonder if we could get away with that without snips. Like do... essentially this. Less attacks out of turn, but maybe that copes? The aim is to try and auto as much, if not all of it. So I feel like that's pretty much that. All right. Once this battle is done, I'm going to run a very quick, well, I say quick ad break. It won't be that quick. It's going to be a 3-minute one, just for the fact that then it'll cover pretty much the entire Temmin's Grand Arena. Just gives me a chance to go and get a drink and freshen up a little. I mean, this Rey Skywalker has been giving me issues. Granted, not for the past week or so. I look and I think they're third right now. So if they hit me, I go from first to third. That's what, 400 to 350? It's not nice, but it's 50 crystals at the end of the day. Not like the biggest drop off. Wow. Taking a while, this one. All right. Victory. Okay, we'll be straight in once I'm back. In the meantime, BRB. All right, I think I ran over a touch. Do I have to pay a penalty for running over? Okay. Hello again. Alright, so Temmin's and Carbon 1. We lost the last round. It was kind of expected. Mighty Quinn, they did a stellar job. Full cleared me, 2026. So yeah, I made a hell of a mess. They were fairly efficient. No complaints. Round 3 even, we're up against Javin Vigil. So let's show you the compare. Right on the screen. and Javin Vigil. So they're representing what looks like Mandalorian Horizon. GP on our side is 12.9. They've got 13.9. So I've talked a bit today about, I think GP is kind of a misleading number at the moment. I actually do agree there. I think the fact that we're a million apart isn't the biggest thing. It's everything that follows pretty much that indicates it. Zetas 344 to 415. Yeah, that's a gap and a half. 56 to 58 Omicrons. That's actually kind of good. You know, considering the gap on the Zetas, I'm actually okay with only being 2 behind. 1 GL behind, fair play. I'm going to be 1 behind pretty much everyone except for this Finn guy, apparently. Ralix 268 to 300. Break that down a bit more. 12 to 21 on the Rallic 9s. 18 to 34 on the Rallic 8s. 99 to 100 on the 7s. 94 to 125 on the 5s. So, no let up. Mods, there are 10 ahead of me on the 25 pluses. 111 to 121. They're ahead of me by about 70, I think, on 20 pluses. 347 to 417. And they're quite a way ahead of me on the 15s. 517 to 753, so not great. We do seem to have Datacron advantage, so we'll take that. Okay. Roof Beta. Mando Horizon is one of the biggest sandbagging guilds in the game. You have to win on principle now. They have bullies. I will keep that in mind because I've never heard of them. Let me just have a gander at the page. 660 million GP. Okay. Yeah, genuinely, I've never heard of them. So, yeah, thank you for the information. I will keep that in mind in case I ever face any of them again. Just quick scan here. I don't think there's anything. Oh, another bloody 600 slacker. Look at the TW join GP. Does it say that? Or are you just saying that that's what they'll say? Oh, they got a TW page, haven't they? I forgot they've expanded that. That is rough. I'm actually madly curious in case we faced them by chance. It wouldn't be the biggest surprise if they haven't punched down and ended up facing my guild. And we didn't know. I know what you mean. I can see the number there, and that looks rough. All of those guilds are smaller than mine, and you know I don't consider mine competitive in any shape or form. So, or at least competitive like the top guilds anyway. So like, yeah, that's brutal. Yeah, I can see where your comments come from. In this guy's defense, I'd say the mods look okay. Nothing's screaming out as like they've made a terrible error on anything. A very fast Ezra. If this was 5v5 and there was no lightspeed Terminator Cron, I would still not outspeed it. So I am glad for that in a way. It just rules out the Great Mothers. Yeah, I'll give them the due as well. They've got fast Great Mothers themselves, so yeah, they've clocked themselves really well. All right, let's get the plan page up and let's see what they've done. Can I manage this? Load that up and reset the board. Okay, so full clear. Let's have a look at what they did to my defense. All one shot on the top wall, no surprises. Tuscans, Caloran, Reva, Lorveda, and Gas got one hit. Ooh, 5 attempts on Rey, Ben, Ezra. I did not know. I knew they'd attack, but I didn't know what they'd done on their attack, so that is very fun to see. No holds for Enoch, Balin, or Saw, but Slacker did get a drop. Things you like to see. Let's have a look at the rear. Old Ben, Hondo, and what got a hold? Okay, I was not expecting that to get a hold all season. That was kind of a fun cheese team to throw down. So yeah, nice one to see that, especially after putting an Omicron on. That feels very rewarding. Yeah, it's a bit like, all right, thank you. I will take that victory. But yeah, CLS, DTMG, Qui-Gon, and Grand Inquisitor, no holds. No surprises either. Rear for Fleet, Executor got a hold. We'll take that. Leviathan and Raddus, no holds. Now, unless I'm mistaken, they also set triple meta, so we're going to have to really be efficient. I say really be efficient. We're going to have to be smart in Fleet if we get there. All right, let's bring this up. Let's start writing things down. Bane. Enoch. Ahsoka with Ezra. CRex 5s, which I still haven't put on defense and I should do. And the Great Mothers. We've got Rey, Zarriss, and Bane. We've got Mandalorians. We've got Jab. We've got Queen with... I don't know. It's a level 2, so it's not impactful, but still, I don't know what that is exactly, or what... This isn't the FDC, is it? No. Right, just a random cron. Okay. Okay, I'm going to make a little assumption. And I know assumptions make an ass out of you. I'm going to make a guess that they've got Jedi Master Kenobi at the back. Because I just have that sneaky feeling they thought, right, I'm going to put Slacker up front and then just kick in the nuts with that. So we're just going to prepare for the worst with that scenario. Hang on. Rewind that. I'm going to say, reeling it in. Ignore that because, yeah, I've just remembered Ezra's on defense on the Ahsoka team. Yep. Gonna say, I caught it, T-Max. I caught it. What? I've made a fool of myself. All right. Okay. You know what? I just want to put this down as well because I just want to sort of bring this reality to the forefront. You know what I mean? Like, let's not deny it's going to be there. Do we do Queen against Ahsoka? That might be reasonable. Queen against Ahsoka. JMK Slacker, that's no-brainer. I am kind of tempted to try NuBatch against Padme again. I mean, it did work the other day. Feels risky, but it did work. I'm not sure I like Cere against Rey with Barriss. But I'm not entirely sure what other options I would have. I mean... Oh, by the way, I never said hello to you, Kulu. Sorry, I saw it, but because I was kind of going in a moment, I completely forgot to say hello to you. So, hello there. And say I'm an ignorant so when I want be. Or even when I don't want be. Team actually saw someone two-shot that Kenobi, pulled cooldowns, particularly Ezra's, so he needs 2 turns, then cleared with GM. I have heard something along those lines. I know last round we were trying to do GM to soak up the Cat Leap, and then take out the sides. I didn't do that the right way because I put Blessed on Spirit instead of Morgan. But I have also heard that Inquisitors can do it with the level 6, the good level 6. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it, and it's from source I trust. So keep an ear out for that at the very least. Oh, I remember you, Darth Reiki. I remember. Nice to see you again, man. You're about to get Jabba as your fourth GL. First was Slacker, then JMK. Now you got the JML. So now Jabba's then Ahsoka. Okay. You're going around up your roster before in new GL. I've been talking about Ahsoka today. I feel like she's someone who I need to go for, but I also don't know if I can justify going for her. She's in a very weird spot as Ahsoka. Let me have a look on here, because this is nagging at me a bit. I could if I got the Wampa Cron locked in at this point. We're going for next round. Okay, and granted, it's also Rally 3. I did win in Territory War with the Rally 3, but yeah, it scares me. I'd feel better if it was Rally 7, put it like that. You're still on the path you gave me. You're definitely doing better in GAC after my review. I'm going to say, I know it was a while ago, the review. Talking about 2 years now, aren't we? Well, I'm glad that helped. Oh! Okay, now that surprised me. I didn't think the win rate for that would be so high. I mean, Slacker's obviously goated. Not a lot else is coming close, though, is there? Wow, I am actually quite surprised at that. I thought there'd be something, you know, up there. Right, I think I'd just go for that then. Uh, 78? Trying to think what 78's about. Oh, is that the banners? Oh, 78 when I'm not with it today. I'm not with it. It's funny, right? Before I started my stream, I'd had a phone call, and it was basically talking about my disability. And part of the call is like, can you tell us about your memory? And I was describing how earlier on in the day, I've been up to the shop. My mum had said, oh, can you go get some cash out of the cash machine, you know, for blah, blah, blah. So I'd gone up, you know, I'd go to my head, go in the shop, and then I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing here. So I have to call my mum up and say, I know I need to get cash, but I can't remember how much. And it's all these kind of little moments throughout a day that do me in. You know, it's like, I forget little details, and it's just simply because we've got short-term memory. I'm trying to get on cam. We've got short-term memory, long-term memory, and the two don't touch well with me. So if I can't hold on to it, it doesn't go from one to the other well. And yeah, it's why a game like this is actually not bad for me, because as long as I can take something in and absorb it, it stays in my long-term memory, and that isn't actually bad. But if it only stays in short-term, it will disappear. So I really have to find ways of absorbing the information. All right, that was a long ramble for me. Just occurred to me, that's the first time I've seen Jabba for a little bit. Yeah, I appreciate it, Darth Reiki. That's very nice words. I mean, how I view it, right? Generally, it doesn't bother me. But I like now, I just try and laugh it off because I know that's how I am. But yeah, there are moments when I'm like, if anything, right, when you're on a phone call to someone serious, you have to be a little bit serious about it. You know, you can't just sort of, if you talk it down too much, you know what I mean? People think it isn't a problem, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's one of those weird things where it's like, you kind of have to get out your own head a bit with it, you know what I mean? You know, and on heart, I'm trying to remember what I do with Jabba. I think that's it. I've done Queen lately, haven't I? But I haven't got Queen now, so it's like, maybe the Great Mothers? We could try Night Sisters, but that can go wrong very easily, as we found out on Crimson. pack leads. Let's exclude Dad Bod, which I saw there. We haven't got Ahsoka. Aphra's Cron's not working, so... Well, it's not there now, so let's take that out. Slacker's on defense. JMK's otherwise occupied. Lord Vader's on defense. The Eternal we have got. Let's leave to that. Let's see what pops up if I take all that lot out. Leia's safe. Bane is safe. JML's kinda safe. Bo-Katan's 70%. I mean, that's okay. Maybe with the Datacron it goes up a bit. Yeah, a little bit interesting. I think we do go for Bo there, just tentatively. I get the feeling it can do it. It's the ISC Cron. Now that caught me out a little bit last time as far as I was I wasn't really expecting it to be as annoying as it was. Freya could be a good shout there. Yeah, I think we might go with Traya. Just play it relatively safe. If my Traya was better, I'd say it's less than relatively safe, but just go with that for now. Great Mothers, we've got Darth Revan. We could Malgus that. Potentially Bad Batch that. And I don't know what we do with Finn, but I feel like we could work that out. I mean, I'm going to put pals in there for now, just until we have a bit of a sneak at the back wall. So, with that in mind, let's get the bogey one out of the way, the one that's worrying me a bit, which is Cere. So, Ufus United. Have we got anything nice and fancy that would work here? Offense? Yeah, I think we just go for that. Okay, let's see if this works. So, as you'd expect, let's dispel. I want to throw some rocks. Sock 'em and rock 'em. Yeah, keep going for Rey just while we've got a bit of time. Naturally, we will be going for Zarriss, but I feel like Rey's a good starting point. Basic. Let's just smack over there. $59 stacks here. Yeah, she's going alt, so we've got that in our favor. Let's raise the shield. So Rey will go before I go. Still standing, cool. Can I aim at Barriss? Yeah, I don't actually mind using the Star Destroyer now. Keep the sides quiet at least. Just have that. Yep, this is gonna hurt. Rey will go again. Let's do that. Ooh. Okay, Savior. 52 stacks, that'll do me. Let's throw some rocks. $64. I'm sure in there were misplays littered amongst it, but I'm taking it. Okay. Let's get on to the next one, which, as everyone knows, can go valley shaped to very fast. Let's get the Hodocron equipped. Yep, we got Hoda peeking out there. Let's go. Let's do a little jump. All right, nice little dodge cat. Go on past that to Canobster. And put that on Kitty Cat. I will admit, I said Kitty Cat. I immediately had to see if my Kitty Cat was in the room. He is. All right, Rey, when you've done. Yeah, let's do that. Don't like that. Yeah, let's short ult. Ouch. I really don't like this. Ugh. Is that almost a savior? Come on, Mace. Need you to hang in there, mate. Oh, you beauty, you beauty, you beauty. Okay. Woo. Everyone who's playing this battle will know that feeling of I'm out, and then just suddenly you see the insta-kill chance and it's like, oh. All right, let's put that on Mace. Honest to God, I thought I was out there. I thought they're going to kill Cat. I was already planning what I'm going to do with Bane. Oh, I was going to say that wasn't good. Crew. Don't like this. Okay, that's okay. Ooh, I need to do that though. I need protection up. Yeah, let's just get some armor shred on. Full Cat. Oof. Oof. Have I got a damage immune thing yet? Never mind, we're through. 51, don't care. I feel like that's the definition of bad manners. Okay. What's next? Let's just put that in before I forget. 51. And Cere was 54? No, 64. 64. Didn't take the first battle into account. Alright, let's go for Bad Batch next. Might as well see if this works. I'm sure the team I used was this because we've got the 2 Omicrons kicking in and Batch is able to ignore Taunt. Sadly, we don't have a Bad Batch level. You see, I do want Tarple's Kron. I am wondering if that would be useful. See, those stats are gabonzo. Crit damage could be nice, though. It's either that or we stick with just having a bit of basics. I mean, arguably defense and crit damage are better there, and protection. Yeah, let's go for that. The trouble, we haven't got a tank, so we're kind of... Yeah, we're very vulnerable. Mark. Mark again, please. Yeah. Safe to say if Batcher dies here, we're out. Oh, I said that about Batcher. I didn't even take into account Crosshair. Okay, that's a loss. All right. It was worth a crack, I guess, but let's have a think. Maybe we throw the Gungans at it, which is a bit ironic considering I was going to save the Crom, but I think they can do this. I say with a lot of trepidation. Yeah, I managed to make it work in one of the previous rounds this week, but I think it does depend a lot on what RNG there is, essentially. It's not reliable, it seems. Okay, let's dispel all them buffs. Straight away, that happens. Come on, I could do with some turns, please. I say when it's not me, you always like having bonus turns. That shield's going down far too quick. Get down. Yep. Oof. Just please. Please. Yeah, we're out. Okay. That is irritating. Just to avoid dropping anymore, I may need to Bane it. I don't want Bane because that's a waste of Bane, but I think anything else is riskier. Yeah. Let's just go for Bane. It's safe. It's a waste of banners at this point, but yeah. Let's just make sure we get it out without dropping again. Yeah, that one really irritates though, because it's like both of those two counters that I was trying, Bad Patch and Gungans, they rely on being able to get Hobie out early, and he was just being resilient, as if to say, I'm not going out. Jabba on offense. I'm holding it just in case Balin's on defense. There we go. All right, jab, jab. And it will be nice next week being able to use one per ear. It'll certainly save her using this Crom for something like this. Okay, obviously we can't ignore taunt, so just basic. We'll do that, even though it won't really do anything of note. We need to just get out of this, what's it called? Deadly Bluff. I mean, I'll take that news. I'll take it in terms of not just taking it as a guarantee. Even if it is a bit sad. Alright, these two have still got Deadly Bluff. I need them to get out of it. Come on, Bo. Alright, we can get in the action a bit more now. Okay. I mean, I certainly wouldn't take it as a guarantee then with mine. Mine's Rally 3. Something tells me Calvin's is a bit bigger. Alright, back again. I mean, this was pretty comfortable. You know, I don't think I've ever tried Bo-Katan against Jabba, so I imagine it could still work without a Kron like this, but this just gives it that edge of security, doesn't it? Let's put that on pass, just see if we can recover his health banners. Yeah, 55. Yeah, just throw Bane there. That was 25 for that in the end. All right, Trey. I just hope. I just hope that this doesn't end horrendously. Like, even if it gives me a 2-shot, I'll take that over a flat-out fail. Let's do that. Yeah, I mean, that's where I'm already concerned about today. My opponent dropped a bit, which gives me leeway, but it is that line of too many losses will be damaging. I mean, Maul's in Kyber 1, to be fair, so Maul knows. Oh. Get. Alright, isolate. Put that there. Yeah, delete, please. Thank you. I mean, we still got through, but Nihilus took a right punch. 54. Aim to actually put the target score in. Let's just do that. 1968. That's a 55.4 average needed, so we're still doing okay. Alright, we've got a bit of leeway, it seems. Got Qui-Gon. Got General Grievous. We've got Tarkin and the Well, not the clones you would expect, but still clones. Cere and Omega. Right, I'm kind of wishing I'd saved my Omega now for a mirror match. This feels kooky. Like I'm quite literally just throwing GLs down. Yeah, we need to be efficient though, because fleet could be an absolute mess. Yeah, let's just start, I guess. Actually, let's go to Northwall. Let's make sure we see those fleets. Right, so Finzori, we said we were going to do Leia. Must admit that is a touch overkill on my side. I mean, it's strange because I felt for a couple of months now it has been an efficiency matter, but maybe what's happening is you seeing like the transition mole, whereas T-Max has kind of still got what has been the meta, if you know what I mean. It's a bit like you're in the future. Then again, it could be people are trying different things, trying to get out of efficiency. And maybe you've just come across a couple of them already. It's hard to know without a couple more weeks, isn't it? Yeah, it's certainly not me taking away what you've seen. Just more like maybe there's a bigger picture. Well, I'm glad they took a second then. Let's just suck. Yeah, of course. We do that. Shock would be nice across the board. Thank you. That's what we're after. All right, max banners, 57. I didn't check if that was max on Leia, by the way, but I'm assuming it was. Yeah, okay. So, Bad Batch Enoch. Mate, ooh, that could be quite nice with this team. Yeah, I think I just fell for a trap there, didn't I? Okay, so first of all, I'm glad we've got tenacity up here. That's very nice. Okay, not nice. In fact, it's so not nice, I'm just going to do that in Uno reverse. Now, ideally, we can get Enoch out before he decides to start playing silly bug as we cleanse this. Yeah, just kill him, please. Thank you. Right, now we can start working on the 3 stacks on Echo. Can you stop putting this nasty down on me? It's very rude. Yeah, that is very rude. Not a fan, DTP. Not a fan. I do all this work to try and stay debuff free, and you just come along and ruin it. You know what? Just base it. We've got the stacks. Just checking, I'm reading Rey as light side Rey. I haven't actually heard about people doing that, to be honest. I mean, I think what happened at the end of last season is people were caught out by the comp, so they were throwing slacker at it because it's like, oh, that'll do it. But it does seem like a few things are opening up with it now. And I think if it starts opening up, then people will stop setting it because it's not as reliable. I do like the idea that a theory craft catches people out and suddenly it's like, ooh, we better work out what beats this. Light prevents health steal, doesn't it? Yeah. I only asked the question because I'm thinking to myself, it's not like we're stopped from healing, it's just we can't heal from damage. Yeah, I've heard Balen. Like I say, the one I heard was Grand Inquisitor. Sorry, Reva, Grand Inquisitor, and 7th with the good level 6 Inquisitor Cron. Let them deathmark themselves and you're fine. Yeah, I think me and Mol were in the same room when that was being talked about. Yeah, credit to Ido Wolfie just for what it's worth. Queen? Yes, Queen. Let's just go over here a second. How about a nuke? Close, that's almost a nuke. Okay. Not a fan of that. Mainly because the implication is there's going to be an exile in a minute. That'll do me. 57. And say I did work up the Vader Datacron, so I'm glad to know that. I mean, it is worth remembering, we've got, what, 3 rounds of casting, including this one? So it's like... It is very early days. Granted, we don't have a lot of time in general, but... just saying, there is time. There may be a counter around the corner, or a reliable counter. Might even be there and we haven't tested it enough, you know what I mean? I don't think I pressed my button before I started this battle. I like the idea, but I'm going to have to be very vigilant on this, I think. Thank you. I was thinking I'm going to list Sat here. Come on, will you drop boom rack? No, Rex 5s. That's it, that's what we're after. Right, bye-bye, kind of. Nope, he did not want to die. No, Relic 8 racks. No, Relic 7. I wondered if there was a reason he was being extra obnoxious. Yeah, again? Damn. Rex is just not taking a hint. Okay. Now I just need to kill him again. Okay. Worked out what to do that time. He's exposed. Okay, 2 down. Needless to say, I would be very happy if I could put Bastila or Malik in this team. Or Darth Revan. Yeah, CRex isn't getting the message at the moment. There we go. 52, damn. I think that's right. I should be on 1049, I think. Yep. Okay. Fleet as we expect. Yep, triple matter. Okay. I'm gonna say I did it to them, so it's only fair they do it to me. Okay, Jab. Jab, you can go solo here, can't you, bud? Oh, and maybe I could have put a Datacron on him, to be fair. I think I did leave him a little bit exposed. Yeah, let's just blind Anakin. I don't know if you're watching this on playback, Ali, but I'm giving this to you in terms of convincing me that Jabba solos were a thing. Hope to never have to do the one that you taught me, but yeah. Good to know a thing is a thing. So with Fleet, the aim is just get through. It doesn't matter what the banners are, just get through. I mean, that's still scary. Since I started setting triple meta, it's the first time I've faced triple meta. But, we gotta give it a go. I said I wanted to do chapter markers, right? And that's what this whole thing down here is about. But I'm thinking, if this doesn't work the way I wanted it to, I'll carry on as I was for the rest of the season, but I might switch things up after. There we go, 59. I want to try and have a process that's good for efficiency, you know. I'm not spending... I did the last stream and it took me about half an hour to timestamp it. So... just thinking, is there something that's a little bit more efficient? I said Night Sisters of the other variant before, but I figured these should be fine. Game I can't ignore stealth. We'll put that on Morgan this time. Let's do that. We'll get some frenzy. Doom Grievous. Yeah, let's do that. All right, nice clean 57. Oh, I was going to do Great Mothers on Tarkin. Oh well. I had a think on that. Well, we've got three that I've been ignoring. Aphra? I bet Aphra could do one of these. Maybe start... Maybe worth giving it a go there, actually. I know she can be targeted now, but... she still takes the first turn. We'll go with that for the potency, I think. No armies on Tarkin. A second late there, but I'll keep that in mind. I mean, this seems solid enough. Yeah, we drop a banner or two because of B2 going haywire, but BT going haywire, but still seemed okay. Okay, so Dion Saw. That is a fun thing to try and say, I've got to admit. Let's get armor in and we'll go GBA. Again, I could have probably put a Kron on. Got a Linky Dink that one. I know Saw's the problem, but I feel like Kyle's the one that gets the hits in, so take the two of them out of the equation, it's a little less damage to be contending with. And so if Armor can get a turn, she's going to be able to put 3 stacks on. Okay, if she can get a turn and she's got her abilities not on cooldown. Come on, Armourer. Don't be a slouch. Oof. Damn you. Oh, I've got a healing immunity. I figure what's the point in holding the ult? Yeah, I think at this point, just Link Saw, stop him hitting me as hard, I guess. I don't think we win here, though. I think this is a drop just based on the fact that, yeah, it's just a very unfortunate draw. Healing immunity is wrecking. I mean, Watt got us a hold on defense, but he really would have been useful here. Yeah, I'm submitting because it's 1 down, but that ain't nice. Can Iden clean up? Just a little less damage, I'm thinking, with no Kyle. I would expect Saw to try and cleanse, so... Okay. I figure we get the term here if that happened. Okay, that's fine. Okay, Luthen's been annoying. Usually in this battle, I'd have thought Saw would be the more annoying one. Yeah, we're going to lose Death. Okay. Yeah, I'm struggling a bit. The fear that was doing us. Damn it. Okay. A few drops stacking up a bit here. I'm going to leave that for a second. We've got Hal, so he could one-shot one of them. All right, nice and straightforward this. We've got Jedi left. We can do 1, 2, 3. It really is irritating how many turns they take. It's like, come on, really? Right, Mark Saw. I want to just be able to whack him. Okay, pass to Callaghan. Basic, and I'm going to Revan, and I'm hoping there's a savior still. That'll do. Yeah, Jolie wasn't looking too hot there. Oof. Yeah, Jolie down. Just kill. Pass to Cal. Mark. Just stop him summoning the worthless guy. There we go. Terrible banners, 21. Right, I think it was about 56 we got there, wasn't it? We dropped that. That got it as in the end 21, I think I just said. And that was 57. Am I right? 15, 59, yeah. Okay. Okay, we're going to have to start with this. Just double checking I've got the right lineup. It's been a hot minute since I did it. Like, I spent the previous off-season practicing, and now I've not practiced really since. Yeah, I think that's it. Even if that isn't the exact example, I'm pretty sure that's the starting lineup. Okay. You know what? Because there's a lot on the line and I don't want to just rush in, I am actually going to loop the video up. I know Scribble did a bit on it, but I think I might have the actual OG person as well. Just don't know where they are, so I'm thinking I'll search through scribes. There we go. You what? Alright, take me to Big Sim Corner. What? What are you on about? Don't just do that. Tell me why. Let me open another browser just in case something's conflicting with it. Like maybe I've got a VPN or something on I didn't realize I got on. There we go. That makes more sense.
So I know this is kind of unnecessary and it's been a while, but there's a much better way to go about using endurance nowadays, and it's this lineup right here. I know it looks really weird. I'm just gonna do like one battle, show you all, and then at the end I have, or I'll post in the description, I have like a, I don't want to say spreadsheet, but like a Google Doc of how to use different lineups for different RNG, or different is used in Profundity. However, I promise you that having a 99% chance to counter Leviathan is significantly going to be better than Profundity on defense with
All right,
your
hang on. I just want to back up
a
a second. I feel like I missed a
99%
move.
chance to counter Leviathan is
Special.
significantly going to
Okay.
be better than Profundity on defense with your.
Yeah, just to answer you, Rufade, I do agree it was probably over egging it. I gave it a go and I was doing probably. I was doing okay. The reason why I'd rather this over the Ahsoka Plo one is my Ahsoka's Relic 3, whereas my pilots on Phantom are a bit better combined, and I've also got a Relic 7 YLando, so that makes more sense to me in terms of units and ship power. But I know what you mean, the reliability probably isn't what he said. But saying that, that's before he put it out there.
It's going to be fine. So, standard opening. This bomber is slower. It's super slow compared to my Anakin, which is kind of a problem just because you can get some weird RNG where 5s can go under 100% health, and then that'll trigger Anakin bonus turn, and that kind of thing over, but it's not over yet. So, boom. Here's the strategy. Never use tech turn unless they all have foresight. You're aiming to use basic on dagger because it's going to do more damage than it would using tech turn. And the goal is to try and one-shot dagger. If you don't, this fleet is great because there's so many redundancies. So we're going to do basic here. Okay? This is where it's going to get a little technical. But the TLDR is TIE dagger hasn't taken its bonus turn yet. And if I were to do this AoE or like the big hit, then he's not going to take his bonus turn, which heals him a little bit. And also there's critical hit immunity still on him. So instead of using the big hit, we're actually going to use target lock with Phantom. So Phantom's not only here just for the reinforcement getting reduced, it's also here to trigger this bonus turn so that Annie is now lined up to kill him with the AoE. So we do the bonus turn, see how it drops off? See how that just dropped off? The crit immunity and healed. So now Anakin hopefully will kill. Beautiful. Okay, if that doesn't work out, it's perfectly fine. You have Lando's Falcon, which is a redundancy, and it's going to work out.
How you doing?
So you're going to see here that Lando comes out. Lando is super awesome because it gives so much turn meter to Endurance because it gets that bonus turn. So we're going to do this, and maybe we get lucky. See how we got lucky there? Lando's unique. I would read it in depth. If this doesn't happen, again, it's perfectly fine. I would just literally do a basic if Sith Fighter still has. Let's say Sith Fighter.
All right, I'm going to leave it there. I feel like we got the general gist of it. Again, I've watched it months ago at this point, but yeah, watching it a bit ago and watching it now, at least I've had a little refresher. Okay, so just try and recap it in my own mind. Special with Umbaran. We do a basic with Anakin. We don't do the AoE. We do the second special with Marauder on Anakin. Target lock when it comes in with Phantom. And then we use the AoE with Anakin when we're trying to get rid of Dagger. Okay. I feel like that was the highlights. Okay, so special. We do that. We do basic. And we add Anakin. Basic. Basic. Okay, that seems a little different. Yeah, didn't get rid of Dagger. That seems okay. I know that this is the point when they say don't just ult. You try and get more valor. Okay, one down. Okay. I vaguely remember in the video it said you might lose Anakin, so don't worry. Again, I'm going from a couple months ago. Let's just do that. Not as much of an assist as I would have liked there. Alright, that's out at least. We can at least do a double hit there. Okay, good. Let's put that there. Again, I've probably misplayed multiple times through this, but if I can at least get the win, I'm not going to complain. I think the bottom line is as long as they aren't game-losing moments, it's okay. Yeah, fives is going to go here, isn't he? Fear is going to rack his ear, isn't it? It is quite sad when you get into a point of a fight when it's like, yeah, we're not even going to let you take a turn. Go on, just do that. I mean, he should start countering now, shouldn't he? Well, they. Use those ad breaks. It's almost like you want them to kill you off at this point, as if say, come on, just see me off. There we go. But we've done all right. They haven't got any reinforcements, so it's a easy enough cleanup. Right, next one. Right, into the Brave Unknown again, I guess. I won with this the other day, but I have not had 100% success or anything ridiculous, so I've found this more, I wouldn't say reliable, but I've preferred it to Malevolence, let's say that. Okay, let's go. Okay, it's not down. Oof. Wow. All right, we could be in for a rough time here. Oof. Okay. Come up and you're gonna have to come in here and do some good. Okay, okay. by no means perfect. We're in a mess. But we did get the tank out. That might be cleanable. Alright, I know I'm dancing between the fleets and not cleaning any of them up, but I want to hit it to Executor now and just see what happens after that's done, because then I know what ships I've got left, so let's get this done. Okay. For the record, TFP, no mods. I'm trying to snooze these ad breaks as best I can, but I've run out of snoozes. All right, TFP down. Bring in the dagger. Dagger, defender. All right, steal all that lot. Oof. Okay. Right, bring this in. And yep, go on, let's do that. Yeah, we lose Scythe. That's kind of expected at that point. Stun there, please. Okay, that's kind of okay. Yeah. All right, that is bad. I know the mistake I made. I wanted to try and get Xanadu out because it was low, but I was hoping I would still have enough time to get in on Punishing One. I should have just gone straight for Punishing One. All right, so that is another problem, but Finalizer might be able to deal with that. So let's just assess what we've got. We've got Malevolence for this. It's safe to say, by the way, if any of these cleanups fail, I'm out. You know, I'm stating the bleeding obvious, but it's there. Don't go for Aina, thank you. I actually prefer you dropping the taunt. That's fine, we summon. Summon's a bit bad in terms of protection up, but how I see it, we can at least mark there. Okay, cool. Another one down. That, again, isn't the worst thing because I kind of want him to drop off. Okay. You know what? We will bring in Soldier. I don't want him gaining us more bonus protection if I can help it. It's going to be evades there. I'm not too fussed. Okay, one cleanup. Let's get Finalizer in. We have got this as well, which is nice. Trouble is I haven't got a clue where Executor is in terms of cooldowns. Temmin are up. We got a breach, so no point trying to get around it. We can put that on Houndstooth straight away, though. That's kind of cool. All right, basic. That is very good RNG for us. Again, we've still got all that MacGuffin on us. Let's just big hit. Figure if we big hit, we're keeping Echelon in the game. Or at least trying to. Actually, yeah, remove that. Enoch. I'm going to apply that there. We got advantage. Not yet. Pass that over there. Nuke. Okay. Yeah, turn it to everyone. Can I stun? Yes, cool. Let's go over there. Let's do a base it. Yeah, I will not be able to snooze these ads, so I'm hoping this is a win, so it means I can actually run them. Double tap. Go on, just bring this in. Yeah, I didn't want that taunt, but can't really keep up moving around it. Alright, Houndstooth down. Sadly, we lose Enoch, but it did its job. Okay, 2 cleanups done. 47. And then this pretty much just needs a mass assist. Yeah, surely that's overkill. One reinforcement in case things go wrong. That's where my head went. There we go. Final score. Oh, we lose. Oh, too many drops. Fleet. I knew Fleet was where we were going to lose this. I just had that gut feeling going in. And I wouldn't mind, I made mistakes, right? I know that. The executive one was the plain and obvious one. I'm not even convinced I was wrong going for Raddus first over Malevolence. But yeah, that's still a nut punch. Ugh. Okay. This is what it is. Week starts with 1 win, 2 losses. Going to collect whatever this is. And you guys are going to get a lovely ad break. In fact, I'm going to try and just extend it so that we can avoid having one during Crimson's round. Here we go. Oh, gut punch though, I tell you, gut punch. Yeah, I'm just looking at what happened. It makes sense. They dropped 4, 5, 6, 7. I dropped 2, 4, 5, 6. Oh, actually, saying that is actually pretty rough. We both dropped 7, but because mine were more spread out, it hit us. Oh. All right, let's reset this board. Let's get Crimson on the screen. There we go. Yeah, honestly, that was a gut punch. I know I'm repeating myself a bit, but yeah, sometimes you think you're closer than you are, you know what I mean? Oh well. What can you do? Okay, welcome back, people of Twitch. As the chat says, ads should be done. If they aren't, blame Twitch. Okay, I don't think I've got anything here. Let's go into GA. So last round, we did get the win against UA Darth Sardaukar. That they didn't do anything. Did they actually try and hit me and they failed? I can't remember. No, they didn't even hit me. So we got a bye. We'll take a bye. Round 3, we're up against Watty. Huey Watty. Let's see what Watty's got. So they're from Rebel Force Kashyyyk. And say Rebel Force Alliance is pretty well known. Also, could just point out, by the way, that really surprised me. 2 TIC. I only go back to that because I am amazed. Try and find the name. About Force Ghost. But they were smaller than I was back at the time as well, so their GP's grown. They must have bought a few lightspeed bundles. Okay. Oh, hang on, let's just close the plan down. Alright. So, yeah. We're 11.8. Watty is 14.4. Zeta's 315 to 418. Omicron's 44 to 74. That is rough. 79 GLs as expected. Is there anyone in this bracket who doesn't have 9 GLs? I wonder. Relics 201 to 295. If we break it down a bit more, to be honest, right, I don't think there's many silver linings here. 7 to 47 on the Relic 9s. 15 to 98 on the Relic 8s. 90 to 76 on the Relic 7s. Yay. 62 to 34 on the Relic 5s. Yay. Got pretty much more than double my 6-dot mod total. 64 to 111 on the 25 pluses. 244 to 395 on the 20 pluses. And 408 to 903 on the 15 pluses. So definitely more than double my 15 pluses. Okay, Datacrons, they've got probably just over half of what I've got. That'd be more accurate to say. Quick glance at the mod sets. They seem in order from what I'm looking at so far. Bit odd to just have offense on Starkiller. And just two potency sets on Aphra. Again, I can only assume it's a few, like, I want to set speed, so I'll just skip a full mod set. Ooh, 370 Ezra. That's the second one today I've seen. Or 370 plus, I should say. Very fast Morgan as well. This guy's watching, you know, he knows about the Great Mother's counter. The Ahsoka, so yeah. Very interesting to see. Yeah, 358 Great Mothers. This guy knows what he's doing. All right. Let's see what they've placed. All right, well, they've attacked down the south, but they can't clear my slacker. 4 attempts, none gone through, so they had an attempt on Maul and dropped. He also trips on my Jabba. I'm guessing, based on what we were talking about before, they might have tried Wampa's Omicron and failed. Interesting if so. They lost on Lord Vader as well. Ooh, so I can understand a bit of frustration there. All right. See what they've left for me. I almost want to reach out to them. I think they are watching Vexatron. A few of these comps are things I remember him suggesting. I mean, I'm sure he didn't suggest Rebel Officer Leia Organa with the Cron, but... Wow, he's got a Tharno built. That's scary. Lord Vader. And Sorty. Wow, you've gone heavy on these focus datacrons. I'm expecting Darth Vader. Yeah, there it is. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what you do, but we'll see. Jabba. Ahsoka. Leia. And Supreme Leader Kylo. Kind of frustrating, to be honest, as well here, because I can't help but think for myself, I would have loved to face this on my main. And I know that's kind of the thing. This guy's Kyber 2 and my main's Kyber 1, so yeah, of course you would, but I think it would have been a lot more fun if that had have happened, if I'm being completely honest, whereas it feels more of a uphill battle here. Okay. So we don't have the Chronicron here. We could do that. I've been doing it for most of the season, so that's nothing new. JMK Slacker, yeah. Again, kind of expected. It would be kind of cool to take in Jabba there just to sort of say, you want to do attacks out of turn? Try that against me. Bush in particular. Let me have a look at that Lord Vader. Okay. So that's going to decrease their cooldowns. Yeah, so they haven't changed their modding. That also feels like a missed opportunity for them in terms of they've got the Grand Inquisitor Crom with, you know, it's a level 6, which is good. But they didn't get the 9th one, which I suspect they wanted. Right. This doesn't get me far in terms of actually planning, though. Something's telling me Leia I need to try Bane. Like, just Bane. The Ahsoka has got Ezra, which is another kind of problem because really I need to do Bane there. I think I have Raver on offense here. In theory, I could do that here. I don't know how well it's going to work, but it's an option. I do want to try Bo-Katan with the Rolocron there. Ezra is a troublemaker. He is. He kind of demands a certain level of focus. Like, I know for a fact if I got the Krennic Queenie would be there. But with Rolocron beats Leia. How about Lord Vader? Yeah, I feel like it's got to be that way around. I feel like Raver has a chance against Leia, whereas Raver wouldn't stand a chance against Lord Vader. I think this season, my gut is telling me that Ezra is better with Ahsoka. Because, at least for those who've got the 25% Terminator Crom, or whatever the percentage is. I think the idea that you can get them out the gate quicker will be a big benefit. But I understand the idea that long-term, Ahsoka needs some help. Plus, I think Rey's kind of coping okay with Barriss. Well, yeah, you want Rey Ben really, not Rey Ezra. Speaking of which, Rey isn't on defense. At least we can't see her. Oh yeah, for sure. If it works for you, it works for you. You know, not knocking it. Has anyone actually seen this Darth Vader Cron? Yeah, this counts Kyber 2. My main's Kyber 1. So, nothing too major. I'm wondering if... Hang on, I don't even think I have Finn here. I think he's on defense on this count. They're bringing it on offense, yeah. That does make sense. Although, we've been saying, it feels like there's more counters available now that you shouldn't need to do it. Do we just go with Revan or something? Trying to think what would interrupt the 2-meter train, essentially. Yeah, I agree. Bale and Theme's an option. The ones we've heard as well are Inquisitors. There was another one that was mentioned further up the chat, I'm sure, but I've forgotten what that was. At least off the top of my head. Oh, that was it. Great Mothers you can two-shot with. I'm wondering if Adrad would stop this. It's from what I can tell, the actual level 9 doesn't matter. It's the level 6 you want, the big wordy one. From what I can tell, anyway. Here we go. Idaho is in Tribal 1. I think he has been punching up towards the top 100. I don't know where he is exactly now, but I'm pretty sure he was punching up in that direction. That's what he said he used. But the team was Raver, GI, 7th, so it's not like 9th was in there or anything. Yeah, I know in the back of my head I'm thinking, right, that's worth just banking, you know. Let me have a look at the speeds here. 285, so pretty quick. I wouldn't expect too fast there, but what about Piat? Oh yeah, for sure, that Kron in general would be better. I might be mad for thinking, could we just imp it? Or is there something I'm forgetting that stops, like, vanilla imps beating Vader imps? Like, they get bonus... Actually, saying that, Vader isn't even counting as an Imperial Trooper because there's no Stark. So all this is a mishmash Empire team as it stands. I mean, he can't be defeated, which is annoying. I think that would be the issue. He'll take a bonus turn. So Imps couldn't do it for that reason. You know, he'll take a turn, Merciless, and destroy you. So he essentially needs to be up against something that won't... He doesn't care if he Mercilesses. Mercilesses. Does he recover health? He doesn't recover health, so... I was going to say Night Sisters, but I thought chances are he'll heal from all the dots. It just gets very complicated after that. I'm wondering if Revan might be the answer in terms of He obviously can't be killed straight away, but you can then take out the sides. And it's not like Vader's going to be able to land dots straight away because Revan starts with tenacity up. I'll have a think on that just as we're moving in towards it, but we'll do the other 4 first. And because it's the one that seemed sketchier in my mind, I'm going to start with Inquisitors. We're very Datacron shy here, just to be clear. This is pretty much the only one we've got that doesn't have a purpose. But I will use it here just because it might give me a little help. Okay. We don't do Grand Special, do we? Or do we? I'm trying to remember now. If she does a basic, she dispels all buffs on target enemy. If she attacks a healer and supports, that happens. But when she does that, she'll dispel the debuff, so that should be fine. We should be able to go for Drogon. Alright, let's give it a go. I'm sure I'm going to make a mess of this somewhere, but let's just see what happens. There's no ability block there, so I don't... That isn't ability block either, is it? Let's just put that there so that no one gets hit straight away. Okay, I'm a little confused. Now that was what I was after. Yeah. Bish, bash, bosh, done. Okay, I didn't want to be counted there. Oof. That's a nasty combo. Okay, we're going to lose the sides. Okay, just keep that death mark, R2. I'm coming for you. Just hang on. Yeah. Oh, hang on. That wasn't permakill. Cool. All right, it's still not looking hot. All right, we got Drogon out. Certainly not the start I wanted, though. Leia, R2. Exact. And if we just remove Raver, let's see what we got. Yeah, I can't really afford to throw Cere away because I get the feeling we're going to need it. You know, I say that, but I think we're going to have to just play an educated guess of sorts here. That before there was the comment about from Bolter, people are bringing Rey on offense. I think we're going to have to throw Cere at it for the simple fact it's got a good win rate and it will get us through this wall. Yeah, that one. Not that one, that one. But yeah, if it gets us through this, it's worth it. Because it looks like my opponent's stuck. So, yeah. It will mean we won't fall clear, but it's better than not winning. Alright, just dispel what they've got. Throw some rocks at R2-y. Okay, just do a basic. Alright, we got Madness manifested. Sadly, we don't get the cooldown decrease because of Leia. Let's just go over there. Right, 70 stacks on Starkiller. Slowly getting there with him. Right, we can throw rocks this time. Right, R2-y down. That gives us a Star Destroyer, which we're going to use. There we go, Starkiller's getting in the countering mood. I don't know if that actually triggered Madness Manifested, but I figured I'll use it. I don't like how close she is to her ult. I feel like it would take quite a bit to survive an ult. Oh, no, we're still standing. All right, we've got stacks, so we're going to use them. All right, just basics. Probably she's going to keep healing as well. That's not something we want. Yeah, just dispel what we can there. Can we daze her? Yep. 22 stacks. We're back to Madness Manifested. I know we probably wouldn't do the damage we want anyway because of Leia being a GL, but I'm annoyed we can't use Cere's lightsaber a bit more quickly. Just feels like Cere's not contributing a lot other than being there, you know. Dispel that. Ooh, okay. Come on, pop some Daze on. 26 stacks of Madness. Manifested. We're going to throw some rocks. Alright, we got through it. Very tough to take down. Alright, let's go for Queenie next. I want to go for something that feels more in my wheelhouse. So, 1, 2, 3. Let's go. They never listen to me when I say to them, don't go for that person. Just so rude, the AI. So rude. Right. Bushy baby is down. Got something in my eye. Come on. Time to get the Wookiee. Again, we're just going to do that. Why not? Get rid of the shock on Poby. How much you get a mass assist there? Because it will give us a few buffs. I don't feel like the Handmaiden's at risk of going down, so I figured we can afford to at least try it. Get some vulnerable on Jab Jab. Got lots of hots on us. And a few pots. Alright, 57. What shall we do next? Shall we go for the hot clencher that is Master Kenobi? Okay, might as well leap Slacker. I feel like this counter suffers in 3s just for the fact that there's less targets for the AI to go for. You know, in 5s you've got usually Snips and Padme. But yeah, it just feels like here they're either going to go for Cat or... Well, they're more likely to go for Cat, I should say. So... yeah, it just feels a bit worse, doesn't it? Also, it feels kind of pointless to say, but I really don't like that stun on Cat. I see, she's taking a turn at least now. Canopster's slowly getting ready for action. Let's do that though. Heal up Cat a bit if we can. Apparently not. Right, leap and bye-bye. Bye-bye, baby. Go on, we'll do a double jump. Alright. I'll remember that. I always thought it was like a bit of a heal rather than a full heal, but yeah. I'm just known to be wrong on things like that. Let's pop that on Mace, just for the fact that Mace will hopefully haunt a bit more now. And pass that to Kitty Cat. I shouldn't have done that. I should have done it on Kenobi himself, but oh well. Okay, Mace down. Let's just do that. And that. Okay. 54. File under could be cleaner. See Bane. No Datacron gameplay. This is wild. Go on. You suck, I suck, we all don't suck. Alright, now we're stuck. Can we go in there? What was that line I'm thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of Storm and Toad from X-Men. You know what happens to a toad when it's struck by lightning? I don't know why I got it in my head, but you know what happens to a guy when hit with a lightsaber? Oh, alright, I've got to get that out of my head. I'm going to distract myself too much here. Alright, let's see if we get Sabine out before the battle drags on a bit. There we go. I never know if I'm just being overly cautious, letting Steve's ult drag a bit. You know, it means a guarantee almost a 5-minute battle, but it just means that I know he's got enough ult mastery gain, if you like. Ult mastery gain prior to the ult. Right, I could do with Bane having his swipe special. That'll do. Yeah, go figures he does that. But now we can suck. Okay, full auto. 2.5 minutes on the clock. Hopefully, yeah, we're going to be all right. I just saw how little damage the first hit did. I was like, oh god, how thick is this bonus protection? But we're fine. Ahsoka the White has no answers for the rule of 2. Yeah, what was I talking about with this? JKR? Yeah, we're not using that. Let's see how this goes. Well, that was clever in terms of the dispel. I didn't think the AI would go straight for that. Let's pass that to Cal. Give that to Cal. Again, give that to Cal. Yeah, they didn't want to know about it. Yeah, we haven't actually got any impetuous on us at the moment. Is it impetuous? Yeah. Pass that to Cal. Okay, nearly with Piat. Yeah, let's give that to Jolie. All right, that's rather irritating. I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely do not want to waste an insta-kill. So I'm going to do that. He takes the bonus turn. I don't want Jolie dying, that's the big no-no. You know what? I am going to give that to Jolie now, because that should be a kill on Piat. Right, pass that to Cal. Basic, now kill. All right, 55. That was messy in execution, but it was a one-shot, so I'm taking it. All right, Rey is back here. And Master Mace. Yeah. I mean, I feel like we took advantage of that a little bit, but hey, whatever works, eh? All right, so my gut instinct is saying to ignore this wall. I can't think of anything that I've got that gets Rey. Trouble with using Cere to finish off Leia. But I think we work on the north wall and then see if we got anything left after. I'm with you. I mean, I really don't get why they did Darth Vader lead. I mean, wouldn't it have been better if he'd have been under Veers? I suppose the argument is that he does have 2-meter removal in his kit. So for that, I get it. But I'll tell you what, that's why that kind of worked in my favour, because Jolie can't have 2-meter removed. So they can hit him all they want, but they're not going to stop him from taking a turn. And as long as he's got a way of being cleansed, he's alright. Yeah, it would be nasty. I'm amazed they didn't do it that way just to make him more relevant. All right, let's start with this. Throw that in. All right, unless I'm mistaken, I have to go for Lord Vader first. So, yeah, let's do that. I say unless I'm mistaken, I'm pretty sure I'm right, but how often I'm wrong, I always feel like it's worth prefacing it with, yeah, I could be wrong here. Yeah, I must admit, it would be a very nasty loop. I mean, I'm glad they didn't decide to do that. Okay, hang in there, Edgy. Hang in there. Okay, revive, cool. Apo, time for you to go. I was thinking Tuscans when you say stop turn meter. Well, they don't stop it as much as punish it. Come on, let me take a turn, please. You've had plenty yourselves. Okay, that feels all right. Also, can it just be said, I do respect this guy putting what he's put on defense in terms of all these focus datacrons, but I think this also shows the flaw in doing it. The fact that he struggled to get through my Lord Vader, whereas I've just blitzed that without a meta team, you know, like, or a Galactic Legend. You know, it kind of shows maybe don't do kooky stuff like this and actually put, you know, keep them for where they're probably better. There's me, the fountain of all knowledge. I can't remember. Can Wampa do this? Like OG Wampa, not Datacron Wampa. I'm guessing not because spare parts. So maybe Bad Batch? I feel like BB-8's needed here as well. Unless you're modding them to be crazy fast. You want someone like BB-8 to get them going. And you can taunt like L3. Yeah, let's just keep popping him. Or popping her, I should say. Do I have to go for Sortie first here? I can't remember. Sortie first, cheers. And a second, keep using Echo's special there just to stop L3 from being annoying. Although I'm seeing that increased offense showing. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Just keep that there. Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I'm not used to using these three as D3 and threes, so I wouldn't have thought to stop. Right, put that there. Put that onto Eco. Can we get a stun? Kind of. Not the, I wanted L3 stunned. Oh, we got it. Nice. Yeah, I thought that one was going to be evaded. All right, it took a bit of time that, but 57, it's a win. Okay. Considering oh, hang on, I've just realised I haven't got Jabba on offense here. I was going to say let's use Jabba, but I haven't got him. Darth Revan. I think that's fine. They're going to crit Malik and they're going to regret it. So, well, that's if they take a turn. Let's be real. You're not getting much there, are you, Han? And that is the first ever Hoth Rebel soldier I've seen at Relic 8. At least from a non, Holy Relic 9 count, you know what I mean? Kinda hope he did it for platoons, but something tells me he didn't. Yeah, like I said, I hope it was a platoon. Like, that was him trying to have its moment to shine, as it were. Right. I would agree with you, but the fact that I use the Rolocron, it's like... I know what you mean about it available, but it's like... Say Ugnaught had a Cron that gave him something great. You wouldn't throw Ugnaught in a team, would you? Well, unless it was absolutely crazy busted, but do you know what I'm getting at? You know, the actual Rolo Soldier Captain Holland thing wasn't great. It was just level 3, and it's like... To me, that just felt very wasteful. Even if you've got it and you can use it, it's like, surely you don't do it. Oh, for sure, there are some people. I mean, obviously there are some people, but I don't know, it just feels weird. If you can't tell, these pirates are kind of bugging me out a bit. I'm wondering if I've just thought to myself, maybe Trey is the answer here. If we're accepting that the back wall's probably a loss. All right, that's concerning. Let's isolate Ethano. Just try and stop Ethano from doing things. All right, Nihilus, I could really do with you taking a turn, pal. Thank you. Actually, you can have that. As much as Ethano worries me, I don't like the idea of getting caught out in the Hondo loop. Plus, we can't be captive anymore, so Savage can actually do his job. Yeah, you ain't bringing him back, Kicks. He's brown bread. There we go. All right, nice solid counter for that. Remind me, what's this doing? That's obviously bad. Am I wrong for thinking that maybe Adrad's got a chance here? Or even if we were to go a different route, maybe Padme? Night Sisters? I mean, I'll take that. I did hold back. I thought I'd probably picked the wrong 3, so I'll give you a second. We'll take Dagger. It's a double heal, isn't it? The point's usually to let them kill themselves, so... Let's see. All right, one down. Okay. That was a nice stun. Let's bring back Daka. $55, we'll take that. All right, another wall down. Yeah, that looks respectable. Let's see what we can do back here, because... Yeah, we're in bad territory with this wall. Let's see if we can do something with JML here. We've got Luke and Hoda. Maybe we can squeeze something out. Granted, no Datacron. It's unlikely, but let's just give it a go. I think we go for Barriss first. We accept the fact that they're going to have a shed ton of offense and just rip the band-aid. Yeah. The only reason I was using other specials was just to... Can't articulate what I meant. I think essentially I was trying to say I knew I wouldn't get Barriss straight away because of the... What's it called? Lifeblood. That was it. Actually, saying that, I do need to go there a minute. Oh. All right. Nope. You get into solo GL as JML. All right. I'm a bit low at this point. Something tells me these three can't take Mace, but we'll give it a crack. Oh, hang on, that was a waste. Sorry, I thought Temple Guard had dropped. All right, there's the rifle. Ouch time. Have that. Oh. Please say I had blind, because that'll make me feel a little bit better that at least I was an idiot rather than Malgus just didn't do his job. All right, Malgus, up to you, man. All right. Okay, so that's not a good idea. I think considering what got left, I'm going to leave that wall. As much as I can just faff around and hit it, I think let's just skip it. All right, so let's line up for this. Triple attacker, so we'll go... Actually, saying that, we'll go with Executor. Oh, Executrix. Yeah, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just give it 20 seconds for the Twitch break to end. Ugh. Bit of a weird one, this, because I can't say for certain my opponent's given up. But I feel like I need to at least get 3/4 to basically say, right, you should give up. Because if they clear my north and I haven't cleared their fleet, then it could be that they still have a chance. So I do need to at least get the 3/4. Okay, good. Good. Now, we're not going to do what we did on my main. We're going to just take any chance we get to hit punishing one. Even if, like in that situation, Xanadu is out in the open and screaming to be hit. We're just going to ignore temptation. Okay, that is not what we wanted. It is? Okay, so I did right before and still lost. Cool. Well, kind of cool. Right, the fact that I lost before made me think that I got it wrong, so yeah, like I say, cool to know, I guess. Yeah, let's just stun there. Okay. I'll keep that in mind moving forward. Although that is irritating, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, 0 progress there. It was... Yeah, they started, they came in. I don't know where defeated enemy came from there. All right, let's go to plan B, negotiator. All right, I get you. Okay, so that's how it would be. Okay, that's what we want. Okay. Bring that in. Okay, looking good. Let's pop that on Marauder. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know why I did. I knew it was going to do it as soon as I hit the button. Can I do that myself? Why not? Yeah, do that. Yeah, the AI's really got it in for Marauder. All right, that's good. Oh, we got lucky in terms of Ebonort not dying. It did dawn on me I could have probably bought Plo in to get banners back, but again, I'm fine with that. Okay, so we've used Empire, so we can't use that to clean the Raddus. So I figure with what we've got, we can do Prof here and then Raddus on their Malevolence. If I felt confident in my counters here, I would switch to triple meta on this account as well, but you've seen during this stream, I'm not fluent with me counters. I kind of know enough to get by, but you know, you guys are telling me things and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to drink it all in, but there's still loads I need to learn. But I won't go triple meta because I feel like it's the best way to be defensively moving forward, even if it is a tad scummy. Hey up, Debug. Just finishing up on the free-to-play. We lost on my main, but we're doing okay here, I'd say. Opponent has dropped 4 times on Slacker, so should be okay. And so I hope you're doing alright, man. Alright, Ray's down. That Biggs? Yeah, wow. I know people put Biggs in fleets like this, but I never get it because it's like, that's just interrupted your reinforcement order. You know, instead of bringing out comeuppance, you're bringing out that. Can I just pass a turn there? Okay, 77. And just this. Let's do Raddus. I was bummed, by the way, that didn't work first time on my main. Like, I know it isn't 100% counter, but it's one of those that when it works, it looks and is cool. So you kind of want it to come off every time. It has a bigger bang or bust feel to winning versus Malevolence versus Prof. Okay, I didn't want that to go. I certainly don't want that to go. All right. 70, we'll take 70. So final score here, 1479. I mean, how I look at it, right? 4 attempts, not cleared Dark Side Rey. So, assume one is Kenobi. Assume another is Bane and Malik. They didn't get through. So they threw 2 more things at it like a Hail Mary and didn't get through. So I feel like that wall is safe. And then they also couldn't get through Lord Vader. And they preloaded it. So for me, the whole thing screams, I can't get through a wall. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, if he's got something up his sleeve, I don't know what it is. Let's say that. So I'm with you, Bolter. He's done. Just try and give him an inch, you know. Basically say, he might not be out, but he is. You know, you don't want to tap a guy out, do you? You want to let them tap themselves out. All right. This is going to be very quick, I hope. I'm going back to my main account and I'm going to do TB, but I say do TB, it's going to be the first time that I've ever done it in, well, the first phase and completion, if you like. I'm going to say thank that Lightspeed token. I know there are plenty of people who've done the entire phase 1, but for me, this is kind of quirky. It's like I'm looking forward to doing the entire phase 2. Trying to think if I'm missing anything there. Geonosians, I'd have to take my Geos up, which is still a long way away. But I like the idea of doing that at some point. I mean, compared to here, I was right on the cusp of this with Young Harm, whereas I need to take 5 Geos up from Relic 3 to Relic 7. Bit of a difference. Let me just double check my platoons, see where they are and whatnot. Okay, Ugnaught. Got Treya. And Armorer for Coruscant. Oh, actually, yeah, I'll do that while I'm here. Oh, get over. I thought it was on there. That's it. Okay, just waiting to see if I can hit a record button on my streaming software. I'm just wary in case it decides to have a bit of a funny on it. Oh no, it looks okay. Alright, let's see if we can do this. We'll call it a speed run, but it's not. It's just, let's see how quick we can actually do this. Just while it is starting, I'm just going to move this over here a sec and hide that. There we go. It's got to be one of the perks of these Lightspeed tokens. Like, we've got the Separatist faction sort of looming. And I think, all right, I assume next month we get a Separatist token. In the episode pass, I mean. So that'd be kind of cool if it's like, all right, which Separatist do you want to take up to Rylot 1? I mean, I think my main account's all right, but my free-to-play could do Droidica. That'd be pretty good. Well, Droidica, or I could do a Geo, but honestly, Droidica's just better for TW. Also, one more thing. I don't know what the fleet lineup is off the top of my head, so I just want to double check it. I knew it was Leviathan, but I just couldn't remember what exactly. Alright, Kenobi's got a very girly scream. Yeah, we're talking about doing like a full auto of phase 1. This is where it definitely falls apart, but I'm going to give it a go. If this doesn't work, I'll carry on because it's like as damn close as I can get. You know what I mean? Hang on, I want to make sure I get this right. I feel like I've got doubts. No, I think you might be right. I might just be having doubts for no reason. Sith Bomber, Mark 6, Sith Fighter, TIE Advance, Scimitar. And I'll just throw that in because I feel like that should be involved. All right. Yeah. I'm just gonna let RNG take the wheel here. We win or we lose. I want to give myself the best chance. You know, I did check it, but it's up to the game if I win or lose. It's looking like I lose. That isn't looking good at 6 stacks. All right, back to 16. All right, 10. High advanced. Okay, we get retribution. We should be all right now because it's going to keep countering. Ooh. I said it would be all right, and then we didn't actually. We haven't got a lot of stacks. Okay, 11. There we go, 17. I'm feeling a little bit better now. We're in double digits. All right, we take the ship. We get the vultures. I'm feeling a little bit better. If only the next planet, the Geonosis battle, was like this, you know, where you can actually have a chance of winning it. I don't know what they were cooking with that fleet mission. It does make me think the next fleet would be a dark side one just to give that mission a chance. I would say you're in a good place, Bolter. I mean, we still have to do it. Well, I say we still have to do it. We don't enforce it, but we know it's right to do it. Right, let's get these locked in. Now, this is full auto, but I know you have to do the opening play just to make sure it doesn't cock it up. There we go. From there, it's full auto. It's just that thing, if you don't stun the DDK, it could get messy. Is he doing... I couldn't tell then if he's doing one turn ults. He is, isn't he? Blacker's AI is weird. I mean, it helps he's got Rey there. Rey will just keep giving him ult charge, but... yeah, it's weird. All right, another one down. We're 7.5 minutes in, and well, I feel like a lot of that was me checking that fleet out. All right, next one, Reva. I have lost this on full auto in the past, but we're not going to lose it today. We have faith. I think it can just get messy if Reva isn't taunting and they gun down someone important. It kind of requires the AI to be really trying to be smart. Well, not just smart, but smart at the right time. Just another little thing TB related, but I need to take Marin up to Relic 7 at some point. It just feels wrong that I've not got her for that mission and I've got a team otherwise ready. Yeah. Like I say, I can understand why you would. It can get a little bit messy. It's like even now the burning's kind of, I'd say disruptive. But you get back in it. I do wonder if there will be a day where STG decide we're going to rework some of the older Omicrons we gave out. Like, essentially admitting, okay, we shouldn't have given Second Sister a TW Omicron that no one really wanted, so we're going to reverse it. We're going to change the text and make it a TB Omicron. You know, I know it'd be weird, like, why do we want a Second Sister Omicron, but just that idea of maybe altering the value of them. People who got them already, they get a refund, they decide if they want it or not. Also, it kind of makes them feel better for wasting Omicrons. I know you could argue that they shouldn't have done it in the first place, but just that thought of, I wonder if they would go down that road at some point. All right, we're going to doom you, bless you, and full auto. Yeah, I think the AI works out pretty well from here. The only reason I choose the Blessed and Doom targets is just so that I know Morgan gets that. I'm pretty sure she does benefit from it. Right, B2 Doomed is a bit of a waste. You know, a whole field of targets who can actually take max health damage, and it's like, let's go for the one with 1 HP who doesn't take max health damage. We trust in them to work it out, though. Spirit was going a bit gung-ho there. Ooh, okay, we don't like that. this where it falls apart. Like, the Grey Brother should be getting in here with a bonus turn. That'll do. Yeah, they've got Spirit. DTP's Blast. I'm not liking this, though. Yeah, we got no taunt. Okay, we're still hanging in. I don't know if these two can carry it. Something tells me they can't. Yeah. There's the end of the run. Okay. So we don't get a full auto. A little bit of a bummer that. Let's at least do the bit we came here to see. I might give it a go another time. Just see if we can get full auto. But yeah, I'll do this mission on stream. Just the fact I want to actually see it for myself. And then we'll wrap up. I can do the rest on my own. Alright, put that on Vandal. Actually, full auto. I think we're alright from that. Bit of a shame in a way that we lost that battle, but we won the fleet. You know, kind of having an early failure would have been more acceptable in that sort of context. Funny as far as full auto goes that, you know, I deliberately put Lifeblood on Vandor and the AI goes, no, Young Khan can have it. You know, don't give it to the one that I was trying to preserve. Is odd as well. Young Khan as a character, I've always kind of liked the idea of his character, but I've just never had an excuse to gear him up, so I've liked the fact that I've been able to get him for literally no effort. It's been feeling very stale for a very long time, yeah. I've said it multiple times of late, I would not be surprised if there's going to be a big swing with Fleet. Like, they've said there's going to be an update in the later end of the year. It wouldn't be surprised if they aren't changing Fleet. It would be an explanation as to why there haven't been ships. That they're ripping up the playbook, as it were. Again, I'm speculating. It's not like I've heard anything, but if it's the case that they just come out and say, right, we've got some ships for you, then fair enough, it mixes things up, but it just feels very sus that it's gone this long and they haven't even mentioned it. A bit like, oh yeah, we realise we haven't done ships in a while, so there's probably going to be a ship era down the line or something like that. You know, they haven't even alluded to the fact that it's been a while. So yeah, me personally, I wouldn't be surprised if there's something coming. If it turns out that later in the year the change has nothing to do with fleets, I would argue I would be disappointed, because it needs an update of sorts. Not necessarily even like a massive update, you know, like the game mechanics. Just we need new ships if it's not going to be anything else. Just give the other factions something to work with. Like the Seppi faction, that used to be one of my favourites. You know, I used to really like the idea of running Malevolence, but It's like today, I had the choice, do I run Malevolence or do I run Raddus versus Profundity? And, you know, for such a cool ship in Malevolence, I can't believe it's been outranked by Raddus like that. But it just didn't feel as fun or safe. And that's just one fleet. Oh, one's been dying for a rework for about 3 years now. Well, I say rework, same kind of lifter experience that Endurance has gone through recently. And Executrix before it. Raven's Claw just needs a purpose, other than how I'm using it right now, which is just putting it in front of Scimitar. Or after Scimitar, I should say. Hey, these are beefy boys. Yeah, I mean, the issue's going to be that if they carry on as they are with Fleet, the only way they're going to keep the game mode interesting is if they either decide they're going to do a guaranteed era of ships every year, so 6 new ships that come into the game and shake things up. Which kind of feel like they would then need to have a unifying theme, which is probably a capital ship. Otherwise, what's the point in doing it with eras? Or they need to actually revamp the game, the actual game mode, to sort of make it fit in with the era system. Because that's essentially what's throwing it off this year. You know, they've got characters in mind for eras, but they can't work ships in. Which is weird, because they probably could have put ships in if they wanted. You know, like, we've got the era of piracy now. What was stopping them from doing 5 characters? 5 characters in a ship, you know. Same with all these other eras with that. They could have done ships if they wanted. I don't know. All right. Ding, 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 clocking off. Problem with that is there are so many ships and only so many pilots. To a degree, I agree. You know, I think there will always be a limitation. But I don't think we've scratched the surface in terms of viable pilots. You know, you think about the Galactic Republic faction, there are so many potential pilots you could pick from there. Some that are actual fighter pilots, or, you know, they've got a very recognizable fighter ship. Then you've got things like Padme, which you could have as a dual pilot, you know, Padme and 3PO, or Padme and, well, I wouldn't do R2, but you get my point, you could do things like that. You know, the Separatists have got a bunch of ships that you could work. You know, and it's just that feeling of, even if they were to drip feed them, it wouldn't be the worst thing, but they've got to start releasing some. There's a dead game mode as it stands. We know the counters. Well, I say we know the counters. I've proven today I don't know the counters, but you get my point. You know of the counters. You know, and it's like, soon enough, it's just, I don't know. It's just gone beyond bland. Right, let me get Twitch up. I think if it was a pirate ship here, it'd be very... Ugh. Like, you know, was it 12 weeks? It's 12 weeks? 3 months into it. So yeah, 6 months of pirates. It'd be very rough, that. I've got nothing against pirates for what it's worth, but that would be very annoying after a while. Yeah, I feel like Luke's Red 5 should be saved for a special occasion at this point. If they've held it this long, hold it a bit longer. But well, let me rephrase that. If they've decided, right, we're going to bring Red 5 in now, and it's because we have left it so long, I'd get along with that. But if they have got a plan, I'd rather they don't release it now. Just actually, you know, save it for like a New Hope's anniversary or something. Again, I feel like there's still enough ships that you don't need to race them out. You just need to, you know, trickle feed them a bit, you know. Like, we have... Put one ship in an era. Like, we've just had the era of the Bad Batch. For argument's sake, I'm trying to think exactly what ship it would be. But I'm sure there would have been a ship that they used that wasn't the Marauder. Or that was connected with the show. Not coming to my head. But there had to be something that they used. I mean, I suppose you could try Asajj's ship. That would give us an excuse to have Asajj as a pilot. Well, that's kind of what I'm getting at, Night Fox. I do believe that it could be that they're thinking along those lines. I personally wouldn't want that. I'd want them to at least not in the traditional delete way. I'd want them to try and rework it. But yeah, I've got no idea where they're going with ships, and the fact that it's been silent on that front for so long, I wouldn't be surprised if they aren't doing something drastic soon. Yeah, Yoda has a ship. I mean, I'd argue most of the Jedi had a ship. I mean, if you want to bring in new characters to the pilots, you could do something like Amidala. He was the Jedi starfighter from the video game, so she works perfect. Sayus Tin as well, he was a pilot in that game, so again, you can do a little tie-in. I know the argument is it's not like a well-famous thing, but come on, we've just done Captain Athano and Qui-Gon. You know, I'm not being funny, but you've got to have looked at niche things to have seen those two, other than the blink and you'll miss it stuff from The Force Awakens and Rise of the Skywalker. So I don't think it's a stretch to say Amidala and Sayus Tin, if they could be found in an era somewhere, would be justifiable pilots. That's kind of what I'm getting at. You know, there are so many characters and ships you could put in the game. You've just got to find a reason to do it. It's going to be tricky with those two I've just mentioned, because we've just had kind of 2 eras back-to-back that were Galactic Republic-ish. I know Bad Batch weren't that tag, but they were from that era, if you like. So I can understand if they go somewhere completely different, but to me, there's still a load they can do. Oh, the new pirates, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to say the Bad Batch and the new pirates, aren't they? All right, we got a raid launched. We're going to Bones. I'll be honest, right? I opened the window to raid him about a minute or so ago, and I've forgotten who I clicked on. But yeah, going to Bones. We're going to be back now Thursday. We've got Gak as always. I'm going to try and record something later in the week, which you probably guessed what it is if you're listening to him at the start of the stream. Just try and recap what I've got going in my head. I've also got 2 more things coming out on the Let's Play channel soon, so if you're following me over there, check them out if you like Death Stranding 2. If not, if it's not your cup of tea, that's fine. All right, so let's get going. Say hi to Bones for me. I'm going to go and get me tea. Yeah, bye for now, everyone.